suspension or holding. They're called variations. The first available KIE representative will be with you shortly. Mode. Effective January 1st, 1978. All constant industrial electromechanics operations will cease. Please contact your assigned account representative for account transfers or contract settlements.
Well, shit. I aimed for 5, and I got 6 anyway. Hello, internet people. How are you doing tonight? You doing good? I hope so. So, tonight is a mini installment of the Legacy Golf Challenge. Last week, we had... Well, actually, for the past little while, this challenge has been on a pause because I basically ran out of platforms to play these games on. Sorry, to play golf games on. And I had some life things get in the way, and so I couldn't really spend time investigating and collecting all of the golf games for all of the platforms I intended to play on. And I didn't get too terribly far in collecting more golf games to play, but one thing I did notice was that not all of the games on the platforms I do have managed to get completed. So, last week we did what I thought was going to be a mini challenge, and just polishing up the remaining games on the Amiga we had yet to play. Now, I did realize that we had significantly more than I thought. So, tonight, I'm intending to finish 3. There's Greg Norman's Ultimate Golf, which we originally never got to finish because we couldn't get it to execute. We were getting a illegal instruction during load. We have that fixed. Somebody has a patched version of that game, so we're going to be running that. International Open Golf Championship was being very picky, and I did manage to figure out a way to get it to run. And there were 2 versions of Jack Nicklaus Golf. There was Greatest 18 and Unlimited Golf. So we managed to play Greatest 18 last week, but we didn't manage to play Unlimited. So that means we're going to have 3 tonight. Now, what this means is that depending on how long it takes to do these, I might have something off-topic to do afterwards. Because yesterday, I managed to get an Atari ST that was in lousy condition, part of it my fault during repairs, running again. And we need to do an acceptance test. So, depending on how long it takes to play these, we might be able to give it an acceptance test, and altogether we can see what type of headache we're getting ourselves into with it. I will have to be really careful though, because there's exposed circuit boards and bodge wires all over the outside of the case. You're gonna find I'm not a fella who collects, like, retro hardware and preserves it. I take things that are dead, and I bring them back, and then I just kind of bend and hack and slash them to my will. So they don't always run the best, but that doesn't really matter. What matters to me is whether or not, I can have fun with them. Because what good is a thing that you own if you're just gonna stare at it? Like, I'm the type of fella who, if I were to buy an action... That's why I don't buy action figures. Because, like, the point of an action figure is to, play with it. And everyone who collects them just wants to keep them in a box, and I just think that's ridiculous. Not to poo-poo on anyone who does, but, I mean, that's not my bag. Anywho. So, I have a pot of tea steeping right beside me. I've got a stein of water. I think we are ready to go. So, I would like to do one of the ones on floppy here. Jack Nicklaus. Oh, lucky. We actually have this one preloaded. So I'm using a floppy drive emulator called a GoTech. And one neat feature about it is it'll keep track of which floppy you opened last. And last week, we managed to just test if Jack Nicklaus Unlimited Golf would start up, and it does. So now it's just back to that. So if I switch over to 4x3, there we go. Oh, since we're going golfing, we're ready to go. That's pretty loud, I must say. That's better. Doesn't blow my eardrums out as much. Alright, so let's see with the mouse. Let me get my main mouse out of the way. Start up the Amiga mouse. Alright. Working just fine. Oh, I thought it was still loading. I have to click. Alright. So we're going to do one course. One course of this. And then we'll be ready to switch to... Alright, let's see. So I have another one. Okay, so here's the game plan. So this one only runs off floppy if you boot it. And whatever team cracked it, I guess patched it up as well. The second one crashes on boot, but if I load to Workbench and launch it, it's fine. Third one is patched and sitting on the hard drive right now. So that should help with also getting this thing packed up and put away, because I'm going to have to take out the USB stick on the Gotek anyway. Excuse me, I'm choking a bit on my own. I snuck a little bit of a snack and I'm still choking on it a little bit. Alright, player 1, male, name. Skill, beginner, expert, T, pro, men's, ladies. Next player, okay. Computer player, no. Club member list, done. The Nicholas Club is pleased to announce the addition of a new member in its ranks. Welcome, Henry Ingles. Press any key to continue. That's a cute feature. I like that. It will automatically move the mouse for me. So if I'm like, if I'm not paying attention, I can... It just moves me where I should go. Alright. So I could just phone it in and choose Murfield. Okay, so this version of Jack Nicklaus Golf is interesting because this comes with the actual engine, like the thing to play it. Then it also comes with a second floppy that has a course builder, which the first version of the first edition, not edition, the first Jack Nicklaus golf game we played didn't have that. Which means this floppy, the second disc, may very well have a custom course on it, because these floppies are like, these are rescued disc images. So it's kind of interesting, the digital archaeology involved, because what can sometimes happen is you'll find like somebody passes away And after they go through their attic, it's like, oh, their grandpa's Amiga with a box of floppies is there, and you suddenly find like a prototype game that was never released, or you'll find a an important piece of computing history that like patches together two completely or bridges together two completely separate concepts. Or excuse me, you may sometimes see something like, oh, a predecessor or like a great-great-grandpappy to some modern tech that we take for granted today. And sometimes, alright, so it's probably design? Is it design or is it S? Previous directory backspace. Design? Bear's track. Let's see what the bear's track is. Just hit return. Okay. Jack designed this course exclusively for this game. It is a Seaside Links course tailored to the strategic shot maker. Very neat. Let's play around. Horse is in good shape for this round. Greens are normal. Wind is out of the east at 24 knots. Press spacebar. Aim your tee shot left to set up the best approach to the green. Well, I mean, we can just adjust that. Actually, the wind's blowing that way, so I should go this way. Should just go straight ahead. Oh, there we go. 260 yards. Not bad at all. The rendering they do is a lot better than the first one. So this looks like it's the actual second rendition. All right. Let's see. So distance 114 yards. A 9-iron can go 112. So this should be fine if I give it a wallop and it should land on the green and roll a bit. 91 yards. Oh, the wind is a lot stronger than I thought it would be, I suppose. Alright. 24 yards, 100 yards, that means I need to go a quarter, which means this one. But the wind's blowing at me. Not that that really matters. There we go, 25 yards. Yeah, I do like this grid a lot more, too. Putter goes 80 feet, distance 6 feet. Hey, I got that on par. Not bad at all. So, check some error on disk block 1655. Oh. Whoa. I can't do a custom course, can I? What this is saying is the second disk is corrupt. Did I just crater it? Yeah, I cratered it. Control, Amiga. Alright, well, the second disk seems to have data corruption on it, so I guess we're not playing the one Jack made. We'll play the one that came with... We'll play the one that came with the game. Well, actually, both came with the game, but what I mean is we'll play the one that's on disc 1. Alright. This is one of the follies of playing with retro computers that are marginal. It's hard to tell what's a me problem and what's a computer problem and what's a disk problem. Especially some of these are rescued disks. We're just gonna play in Murfield. Six Iron Melrose tea. You know, I suppose when the first time I went into the game, it just completely barfed out random characters all over the screen. At that point, I should have concluded that the course was corrupted. But I thought I could be a sneaky little bastard and get through it, but I guess not. Alright, we're gonna do this here. Larger screen with some tough undulations. Watch out for 3 putts. 150. Okay. That's in the trees, isn't it? $140 and a 7-iron goes 143. Since the wind's blowing this way, I need to pull this a little towards the wind. And I overshot. No, 139 yards. Undershot. Alright. Break is completely flat by the looks of it. This goes 6 feet, putter goes 80 feet. So that's 40. Then this is 20, then this is 10. Hey, a birdie. Not bad at all. A birdie is tough unless a big drive leaves you a very short iron. Okay, the wind's blowing right at me. So I gotta give this a walloping. Oh boy. That's OB. 300 yards. Ten yards. This was 112, but I'm in the rough. Then we'll do this. Oh, that's gonna be a bit much. Oh, right off the tree. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Out of bounds, 1-stroke penalty. Alright. Yes, you can hit trees in this. Yeah, right there. Yes. No, that's 10 yards too hard. No, that's pretty on the nose. I don't know why I thought I overshot. Oh, I was in the rough. Okay. Let's see. So if this is 80, that's 40. Oh, maybe here should be fine. Stop rolling. Stop. 49 feet. I think that's a bit too hard. So we're sitting right at the, like, foot of a hill. Finally! You shut your ass off! Oh, joy. Yeah, there we go. This is running fine. Drive center or right and pass the big tree on the left. Press the spacebar or continue or V to view. go sploosh. 298 yards. Oh, that was very close to going into the water. Let's see. $69 yards. Pretty on the nose, I must say. $8.80. This should be 8. Stop rolling. Stop. 13 feet. Alright, so we're straight on. No, that's 20. No. 5, 10. If that's 80, that's 40. This is 20. So this is... 20. Which makes this 10, which makes this 5. Yeah. Make par, stay out of the woods left and bunkers right. Alright. Right, 186 yards of 4 iron goes 185. I'm just gonna do this. And that should get me either on the green or a little past it. 188 yards. Alright, so that's 80. So that's 40. Let's go here. Excellent putt. Yay! Alright, so that's right on the money. Longest drive and last driver. Okay, that's not important. Let's see. Water is a second shot factor, whether you go for the green or lay up left or right. Could I just crack it over the trees? Is that an option? If I'm a big boy and do a big boy shot, can I just skip all the... Try it. And I see a bit of the fairway right there. I thought I was going to be so smart with that one. I should have shot it right there. There we go. No, you. Oh, whoops. No. Alright. Tiny tap. And it goes in. You're goddamn right it goes in. Yes, so I don't know if I got this far in my rambling before I got distracted. I have gotten the Atari ST to start and run. Now, yesterday I was talking about my escapades on getting this thing to start and run because the re-engineered board I had purchased had a bunch of things wrong with it, and I ranted about how I gotta be careful what I say, because it could identify me, but the guy who engineered the board put his own, took all of the upgrades that he has made for original boards, and he has integrated them in, and it's basically a requirement to use his upgrades as, like, in lieu of the original components. Which means you can't rescue one for one a dead ST with a damaged board. You have to rebuy a whole bunch of parts. Now you have waste. And I didn't take kindly to that, but what I managed to do yesterday is I got it to start and run, but the audio was awful. And that's when I learned that the guy also pushed this thing with defective audio circuitry, requiring bodge work at the destination, which is me. So I spent, and it's all tiny surface mount stuff, which I appreciate a lot because, you know, it gives you a lot of room on the board to add more things if you want. And what the fella has done is added a bunch of expansion ports, like where the extra space resides. But that makes it extremely difficult to bodge because I'm now having to take through-hole parts, because that's all I have. I don't do surface mount here. And I'm having to struggle to get through-hole stuff mounted to these really tiny footprints for surface mount. Because when I say surface mount, I mean, I don't know how much smaller he could have gotten. Like, I've actually checked. They are smaller than grains of rice. Let's see. Like, I'd like to think I have a steady hand, but goddamn. So anyway, some bodging later, and at least the 2149 chip, like, audio from that is audible now. But I didn't get to test color graphics, which was the big thing. So most, I was mentioning yesterday, most Atari ST, well actually, yeah, the Atari ST has basically three modes. There's a low and medium resolution color at 50 or 60 hertz, and then there's a high resolution monochrome mode at 75 hertz. So you're supposed to use monochrome mode for, like, big kid stuff, like programming or taxes or audio work, or like if you were doing MIDI or you were some fancy musician or audio, like, studio in the 80s, you would use monochrome mode. But all the games are in low to medium resolution color. So if I can't get color mode to run or capture it, then all this work is for naught. I seriously doubt it's going to be for naught, but I mean, I'm pretty sure this open source scan converter I use can actually. Oh, I overshot way too hard. Oh, that was almost a chip in. Hey, that's a good putt. Another Jack Nicklaus game. It has the meter. Yes. This is a, oh yes, and also, hi. Yes, it is the second Jack Nicklaus game. This is the one that has a course editor in it. And, apparently, they said that if you drop in the course editor disk, you can run one custom course that's been made. And they said that Jack Nicklaus designed it. And then I had to start over because the disk was corrupt and I crashed out. So we're using the one course it came with. But how are you? You doing good? You didn't miss too terribly much. You just missed me starting over and you missed me complaining about an Atari ST. Doing okay? Well, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're doing okay. 318 yards. I'm doing better. Actually, no, it's just the wind was at my back. Alright. 196 yards. But because I'm in the rough, I'm gonna give it a wallop and a little bit of wind at my back too. We're gonna go at 100. We're not gonna try overdriving it. Not that that helped much. The meter seems slower than the other versions. Yes, this one the meter is slower. Also, the rendering is a lot better as well. So I think they did a lot of refining. And I appreciate it. I like it a lot that they made the meter a little bit easier to deal with. The other one is, in putting, it doesn't automatically adjust your top end of your putt. So, like, the problem I had before, and this was one of my complaints with some of the PGA games, if you were 1 meter, or let's say you were 10 feet away from the cup, it would put the top of the meter to 20. But if you were 5 away, it would put it to 10. Or if you were 30 feet away, it would put it to 80. Which meant that if you weren't paying attention, it was really difficult to find like how much power you were actually applying until you, in my case, constantly underdrove the putt. Now it's just set, so I can go and play with this if I want. Whoops. Like right now, putter 80 feet. So top of the meter is always 80. Distance 21 feet. Yeah, so if I can get through these 3 remaining Amiga games within 4 hours, we might get to test out how the Atari ST works. That'll be exciting. So we haven't gotten to test color graphics yet. Ooh, that was lucky on my part. Ignore that, that's not there. Didn't see that. Club selection is everything here, and watch the wind. Okay. The wind is this going this way. So if it's at my back, the 6-iron should be fine, as opposed to holes where club selection is irrelevant. Here's... Alright, boys, here's your potato cannon. Have fun. I would totally play golf with a potato cannon. Potato cannon, slingshot, and just throwing it. Alright, so that's 155, and this is 160. The wind's aiding me a little bit. So I'll hit it at 100, but not over. Ooh, that's a bit of a slope, isn't it? So, I got to witness the Canada and U.S. governments getting their feathers ruffled about the Flipper Zero. Apparently, they're claiming folks are stealing cars with them. Which I haven't really gotten to see all of the argument, but I want to see Flipper's actual response, because I know of those things. I know how they work. I may or may not have one, and they are more than just a car stealing thing. Like, you can use them as a signal generator, you can use them to replace a remote. I may or may not have used it to dodge work by making it jiggle the mouse cursor all day. But the one that I really want to learn more about was Fortinet. So apparently there's a whole bunch of angry nerds about a statement Fortinet had made about electric toothbrushes. So I'm probably very wrong about it, but what I managed to get in between people being very angry and shouting at each other was that Fortinet might have tried to use electric toothbrushes as an example for DDoS attacks using IoT devices. The problem is, somewhere along the line, that was interpreted as a DDoS attack has happened due to smart toothbrushes. And now everyone's mad saying that Fortinet claimed a DDoS attack happened with smart toothbrushes when that never occurred. Which gets even funnier because there's now a company in Europe who said, yes, it did happen, and we were the ones who were attacked. To which, I don't know. I don't know what the truth is anymore, because, you know, it's Twitter. Everybody strawmans each other on Twitter, so it's hard to figure out what the truth of the matter is, like, at all, with anything. Alright, so we're just gonna give that a little boop. Just to get it back on the way. Yeah, if you roll your eyes too hard, you're gonna detach your retinas, so be careful. There we go. We did it. Yards. Turn that a little here. Here. 21 yards. That's a little much. Oh no, that's putting distance. Alright. 17 feet. This is 80. That's 40. So this is 20. So under that. That was not a little under. I did not estimate that correctly. I think the tea is steeped now. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, 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 yes. I think I need to redo how I track my, I'm tracking my golf games. I think I may have some data loss already on that list. So I remember, like, playing one or two of these games already, but the list showed that I hadn't. I'm not inclined to use Google Docs, because, I mean... Actually, I don't know. If I want to make this a commute... Oh, actually, now that I say that out loud, that might not... Oh. Anyway. Now that I say that out loud, if I make it a public sheet, that means the community might be able to suggest ones for platforms I don't know about. Because, like, for example, I completely forgot about home computers like the Acorn Archimedes and like the Sam Coupe. I did look up the Naboo, and fortunately, the Naboo did not have any golf games on it that I could see, which is a relief, because that thing is a lot to juggle to get it to emulate. Because it is, like, it is equivalent, well, not equivalent, but it is technologically, or like architecturally similar to an MSX, but because it has no onboard, it has nothing on board to run independently. It has to connect to a server and load some of its operating system, and all of the software you pull from it, like you run, has to be given to you by a server. So it's basically an over-glorified thin client. Actually, it's more like a thick client now that I say that out loud. Because, like, it's got everything local to run code, but it has to go get it from somewhere. It can't... it can't just run stuff locally. You can't drop in a floppy. You have to send it over from a server. Which means I have to run the server and the Naboo and network it up. And then fetch the software, get it on the server, and set it up to present it to the Naboo. Which, yeah, yuck. I mean, it's technologically, like, really cool. It's just... it's a real important part of computing history. It's just a tremendous pain in the ass. Okay, so I cannot brush the leaves. This entire thing is made, according to this engine, the entire thing is made of wood. Even the leaves. If I touch a leaf, it just bounces off. So, if I'm very smart about it, I can do this maybe? Might be able to hit over it. Maybe. Only one way to find out. Oh, that was bad. Oh, I could have shot it down here and made it curve. Lucky I didn't get into the water. Oh, that was almost a chip in. Holy crap. Thanks. Alright, let's see. 4 feet. Let's give it a little, just a little boop. Hey, that was a birdie too. I may have accidentally opened a can of worms I didn't want to, or just showed that I'm a little bit behind on modern computing hardware. So, since you were around yesterday, Sunfall, you noticed the stream was stuttering and choking once in a while. I was looking at what was going on. The GPU was completely pegged, and I couldn't do anything about it. So every time it stuttered like that, the GPU would peg, then the CPU would peg, and then it would drop. So, at that point, and I looked at it, and the lion's share of it was OBS, and the game, and the software to do all this. So, not a lot a boy can do. So I go and ask around, what do Linux fellas use for GPUs when they stream AAA stuff? And now I'm being asked, like... Now, I haven't gotten to the point where somebody says, oh, look at this guy, he doesn't know what he's doing, but we'll get there soon. We'll get there soon. Like, well, what kind of graphics library APIs does it use? I'm like, I don't know. I didn't write it. Have you tried contacting the developers? The developer's not going to care what I have to say. They're not. It's like when a guy who's running Conqueror for a web browser reports that it's not rendering properly. They're going to ask, what browser are you using? You say Conqueror, and they're like, go get out of here. Go home. Splat. It's 20 yards, 80 yards. There. Not bad at all. So, either I'm going to start poking around at stuff that I wasn't expecting to poke around at to make that behave a little bit better, or I have to throw a bigger GPU at it, which, I mean, now I have to go sift through. I'm gonna have to go sift through marketing material, which, I mean, I can put up with it. There we go. 1 over? Yeah, 1 over. So, what good mischief have you gotten into today, Sunfall? Anything, anything good? Anything fun? Anything joyous? Nothing too exciting. Played some rhythm stuff on my iPad. Did some Pycross. Not really worth talking about. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. A nice relaxing Sunday's the way to do it. I've been, well, now that the Atari's buttoned up, I'm doing some cleanup of the workbench. Tried to do some 3D printing today, and that went very wrong. But I'll get it tuned back up and ready to go. Alright, let's see. 93 yards, 100 yards, wind blowing at me. That means we should be able to just go all the way to 100. That should get us pretty close, I might say. Maybe a little overshot. Yeah, I overshot it. Let's see. If I do this, 14, 80, 40, 20. That should do. That's not even close. Feet. Goes in. Aim your approach from the heart of the green, regardless of the pin placement. Luckily, it is on the heart of the green. And boop. no. D to drop the ball. D. Oh, if it had been a little more... Oh. It had just gotten in here. God damn. That would have been really good otherwise. Feet, so I had some fun over optimizing a game that's found in one of those budget 201 plugin consoles that is emulated by MAME. Oh, you did, hey? This I got it here because How were you? Were you finding what things you could cram it into, or are you just seeing how fast you can make it run? Or is that like gameplay wise? Like optimizing your play style? There's this thing called Tower of the Sorcerer that is an optimization puzzle that looks like an RPG. It spawned an entire very, very niche genre of games. And for whatever reason, this budget-ass console has full-fledged hot silk amongst all of the Zuma clones and other bullshit. Oh, so the game is about optimization. I won one of those like 201 consoles. Those are a fun way to kill some time when you got nothing better to do. So I played through it 3 times, going for different strategies. That does sound fun. It's one of those you go into it knowing that you're going to twist it and break it, and that it doesn't matter how bad things go, you're just having a great time. You're just having a great time using something completely wrong. I've been there. That does sound like fun. Yeah, it presents as an RPG, but it's really a puzzle. Each fight is deterministic depending on your attack and defense and the enemies. You take a specific amount of damage, etc., so figuring out the right order to do things and to get upgrades is the challenge. Oh. Oh, that's not gonna work out so good. Well, it's on the green, so that's good. But I overshot. There's an absolutely bug-fucking-sane one on Steam called Tactical Nexus. I have a mere 300 plus hours on it, and I've seen maybe 5% of the content. It's absolutely insane. It has meta progression and meta progression. Does it present itself as such, or is it just something you figure out as you play? That's it's fun. This is why I like indie games so much. Stop rolling. Stop it. Stop it. Where are you going? Where are you going? What is happening? Where are you going? Stop. Stop. Shot 50 feet. Oh my god. No, it's very transparent with its systems. Well, as transparent as a game with translated into English by someone who's clearly an ESL can be. This is why I really like indie games. This is why, like, if you put like an indie game versus some big kid, giant developer team AAA, I shouldn't say always, I will tend to choose the indie, because they always have something creative and fun that they do. So having a game where it's like, yeah, we actually have 3 games going on in here is something that just seems really enjoyable to me. So like, oh, you want to do that part of it? Nah, you don't have to. You can cheese it with the other 2. Alright. Oh god, that one. Hey, I only got 6. I only got bogey for that? Holy crap. I thought that was gonna go really wrong. 16th hole. Stay out of the deep bunker at the left front of the green. Alright, 173 and 173. Wind's blowing at me a little bit, so I'll give it a little bump there. One. And there's a free demo which has a solid 50 plus hours of gameplay too, and will immediately tell you if it's your thing or not. You know what? I'd bite. I think I'd bite. Tactical Nexus. Just go in blind. Watch me get absolutely, like, head-spinningly confused. Part of the fun. Let's see, 15 feet, that should be here. No! Unbelievable. That was almost par. God damn. Alright, 17th hole. Drive for the left side, the fairway bunker. It's huge but easy to hit from. Alright. Well, I'm not gonna take its advice, and I'm just gonna give it a walloping. Actually, I should do it here because it's gonna blow it this way. So I should aim straight down the middle. I'm gonna be stupid and dangerous about it. '86, 100. All right. That means about here should do. It was a little too soon. Right, 37 yards, 50, 25. Oh, is it gonna? No, it's gonna miss. Yeah. I suppose when I get all this system shock stuff out of my system, that might be something to take a crack at one of these weekends. Is they I have it here. Tactical Nexus. It's 7 feet. Yeah, even if it's just a single stream, it could be fun. I think so, and it's one of these things where I'm glad to try it once. I've played worse. I think I've played worse on this stream. I was raised on incredibly shitty games. I can tolerate random things even if I dislike them. I played itchy and scratchy golf on here. I can tolerate something new and foreign to me for 4 hours. Oh, look at this. Alright, 78, 100, 50, 75 should be here. Well, I wouldn't recommend it if I didn't think it was at least interesting. I'm not a jerk, and I do have 300 plus hours in it. So that is a good vouch. That is an absolute good vouch. You're right. You're right. I didn't mean it to say that the game is bad. I meant it like if I can make room for itchy and scratchy golf, I can make room for some expert recommendations. There we go. $15 over. No worries, Sunfall. I sometimes have I have a hard time picking up social cues at the best of times, and text doesn't help. So if I make an overcorrection, that's on me. right. So that was Jack Nicklaus Unlimited Golf. I just realized why it's called Unlimited Golf now. I just cued in now. It's because you can make your own courses, so you could play it forever. So it's unlimited because there's unlimited courses because you can make them. Okay, I get it now. It took me a minute. All right, so the next one is International Open Golf Championship. All right, control Amiga. We're going to pop this out so it drops to workbench. All right, let it load. All right. Don't worry about that. And we'll drop this back in. Ocean Golf. It's still loading it. It is loading it. Track 60 right now. 5, 66, 67, 68. 70, 71, 72, 73. There we go. Ringle of Scotland. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God. Okay, sorry, I was distracted. What was causing all of the GPU usage? Ah. So, the lion's share was System Shock. But in total, the big GPU hogs were OBS, VTS, which runs the face here, and System Shock. So the first two make sense. OBS and VTS make sense. But surely it has dialable graphics settings. I mean, you saw the graphics. The textures were very low resolution already. I mean, I can go review it, and that is something I should probably do. My guess is that maybe it was running at 144 frames per second when it didn't need to. That's my guess, because I couldn't get 60 hertz monitors. I could only get 144, so the whole operating system I'm running is at 144. But when broadcasting, everything, all the software I use, I drop it to 60 to, one, put a lighter load on the GPU, and two, I'm wasting compute resources otherwise. So maybe an update changed some settings and I have to go reverted some settings and I have to go put them back. But that just baffles me, because surely a 3060 shouldn't strangle. Surely this game shouldn't strangle a 3060. Admittedly, I'm using Proton to run it, but like, surely it's not I don't know. I did get a pandemic GPU though, so I know they've doing like I don't know. I've been out of the high end like consumer grade treadmill for a very long time, so I have a lot I need to catch up on. Like as soon as I heard DLSS, and heard it described to me, I rolled my eyes and walked away. Select course. Pringle links. Let's go stroke play. Amateur? Yeah, we'll go with amateur. Please select. Number of holds, 18. 36? 54. Who does 54? Crazy people. 18 takes me all day. Oh, speaking of 18 holes taking all day. 72. Oh, that's 72. I thought that was 12. Oh my god. Oh my god. Madness. Lunacy. That's for crazy people. Did I tell you the joke about the engineer, the priest, and the doctor playing golf? Okay. I will leave it well alone then. Click mouse. Okay, mouse has been clicked. And music has stopped because there isn't enough compute power to load and play music. God, I love this. Ah. And now the music has stopped. God. What is the... Where's the hole? This is... Oh god, this is 3D. And she's struggling. Oh, she's struggling. What? What lunacy is this? What? We got quarter, half, 3/4, and full. I assume that's hitting power, so we're gonna do that. Wait, what? What? Excuse me? This is amazing. This is incredible. Do I need a mouse pad? Do I have a mouse pad? It's getting caught in knots of wood on my bench here. I didn't think in the modern era I would need a mouse pad. I'm a 21st century man now. Okay, everything is optical. It can see the grains of wood. What the hell? Even the Amiga mouse is optical. I explicitly bought an optical Amiga mouse. Just to avoid this exact scenario. This is gonna be hell. This is gonna suck. This is amazing. So I only get these 3 choices between clubs. Alright, so hit 208, shot 2, distance 232. So 323. This is insane. This is for crazy people. Okay. What on earth is going on? Stop. This must be a mechanic. It must be a mechanic that's jittery. I refuse to believe this modern era mouse has this degree of trouble. It's like it's pretty clean moving here. Actually, you know what? It's not. It's not. This is ridiculous. Like how they have like the jitter on a sniper rifle. That's the thing. It's crosshairs like you're trying to snipe this ball. It's amazing. Then we got this like this chunky middle-aged man. He just looks like a don't tell me wife, but I'm snuck off to play around. She thinks I'm off visiting me mother. Just don't tell no one. I don't know why I gave him a voice like Andy Capp or something. I think that... Why that jump? Alright. So I think it's right there. What? I don't get... What? It doesn't swing back? No. Gimme? No, it's a matter of pride. No, it's pride. Okay. 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 Fine. Fine. This is gonna be a long one. This is gonna be a long one. I'm gonna take. My pride's out the window. I'm taking the fucking gimmies. Fuck it. Fuck it. Nope, shit, that's the course. I didn't want the course. Wanted the hole. Snipe it with your club, baby. I can't tell what's rough and what's fairway around here. Oh god. $300 hit 199, shot to distance 369. This is 569, so another walloping. All I can say is it all looks pretty rough. You did the pun. I suppose one could say that the grass is not greener on the other side. Saying, thank God the last game is over. And now here we are. Hey. And boop. All right. You know, the annoying thing, I shouldn't say the annoying thing. The most surprising thing about this whole scenario is that despite me being very critical of this golf game, it is not the worst one we've played. Oh, that's too hard. Oh. Yeah, it's a gimme. I can see why they do gimmies in this, because if it gets that close to the cup, you're gonna always overshoot. There we go. And whapow. Oh, right to the green. Bunk. No, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? I see you. I see you, asshole. Stop. Cease. Stop going. Where is it going? God, it just gives... That is a hell of a slant if it's... No. It's all the way back. There we go. Ball in a hole. I like that that's the only thing it can describe. What type of hit? Like, what type of hole is this? Ball in hole. A hole in what? A ball? He hit the ball. That's all I'm gonna say. He hit the ball. I must say this is very ambitious though, because you have the whole fly over to the hole and fly back. But like, there's just not enough. There's not enough. Not enough beef. Not enough beef in this machine to pull this off. Maybe an Amiga 4000 or something, but not this. Bonk. Oh. No fooling. Ball in hole in par. That's not bad at all. I've got a hunch that there's a meta to this, which is that it always recommends me the correct club. And if it only gives you these 4 options, it must be completable using these 4 options. Or else they wouldn't offer them. They'd use a sliding scale. So this must be, like you were saying before, Sunfall, that ball sniping being really hard to do must be the only way to introduce randomness. Well, yeah, we did. That's what we discussed. Don't mean to put words in your mouth. Yeah, we're taking a gimme. I'm already plus 13. I'll take what I can get right now. There are only a handful of these golf games where I could say that I just wanted to get it over with. This is one of them. Because for all of the big flashy to-do, there's not actually a lot going on here, and I'm scared to do much because of the compute, like, the compute cost of doing it. So if, like, I wanna see where the pin is, that's like 30 seconds of my life gone. As it just tries to do a flyover and a turnaround and fly back. No. Cease. Stop. What's a good way to describe this? Despite how technologically advanced it is, it's not an advanced golf game. Like, it's not a very involved and substantive golf game. Am I making sense? Like, it's tough for me to articulate it. All sizzle, no steak. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Because again, like, it's a 3D environment. You can turn around, you can view it all. You can click and do a flyover and see the course. But to just play it, it's just these 4 buttons and hitting the center. There's no prediction, no calculation. There's no, like, plotting your shot I can see. And I'm scared to do them because it takes so long to process. Like, even that one I submitted for a world record for, that one, despite operating like like you're controlling a municipal power plant, that one had more going on. What the hell was that? No. It wants me to putt over this? Jesus Christ. Fine then. Be really careful not to putt it down that hill. Alright, over par. Hole 9. Okay, we're halfway done this one. Wapow! Oh, that's why. Alright, let's see if they implemented trees. I'm gonna hit right at the tree. No, they did not implement trees. Whoops. And boop. Son of a bitch. Gimme? Yes. Just take it. Just take it. I'm just gonna take it. And we'll do another one, like... Starting to appreciate... Okay, I shouldn't say I always did. I was about to say, I missed the Jack Nicholas game in comparison to this, but that implies that the Jack Nicholas one was not fun. But no, it was very fun. I did enjoy it. Boop. There we go. So I must say I'm quite pleased to finally see Twitter starting to sink. But I then realized that the consequence of that is now I have to be in like 4 places at once to be in the know about current events. It's like now I've got no, stop rolling, cease, stop it, no. I was like, what is it now? Mastodon, co-host, stop running away from me. And it's gonna roll back to, and it's gonna go zoom, all the way down. To the, it's painful. Are you kidding me? This is madness. This is insanity. Why would a just and loving God allow this? Alright, anyway. So, I suppose it's now time to face, like, you know, the consequences of that. Not having a centralized place to talk. Well, I mean, not that I talk to people online very much, but, I'm kind of more of a fly on the wall, or, you know, I wouldn't call myself an internet street urchin, but that's the best way I could describe myself. I don't do much, but I do stick around to hear rumblings. Rumblings on the streets of the internet. And the only downside to not having that cesspool of a service anymore was that I now have to be near like 4 or 5 different streets to figure it out. Which, I mean, admittedly, is a nice, what's the word? It's a fair cost to pay to, you know, not deal with the nonsense I see on Twitter. But, I mean, oh well. That's why I like Mastodon. I thought that was a happy medium, but I see that the average sentiment isn't really so. They seem to prefer Blue Sky. I had to figure out what Blue Sky's business model was, because I didn't quite understand how Blue Sky could, you know, turn a profit while having no advertising. So, I found out what it is. Have you ever noticed some folks on Blue Sky don't... Oh yeah, I'll take that. How some don't have, .bsky.social on the end of their name. They have a different domain. Well, Blue Sky works with a domain registrar, and they get a cut when they facilitate you buying a domain to put on the end of your name or whatever. So I think what they're trying to do is act as like a go-between for maybe websites or blogs or something. Which sounds neat. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out, because I don't know if the average person is going to be interested enough in having their own domain. Unless, of course, you make all of the things that would necessitate a domain easy and accessible for the average person. Which, I mean, they used to, like with GeoCities and stuff back in the day. Well, with GeoCities, you didn't even have your own domain. You were on GeoCities. Weren't you? Oh, I can't. It was a while ago. Yes. Ball in hole, over par. Alright, what hole are we on now? Hole 13. Lucky us. Uh-oh. Stop rolling. Gonna roll all the way back. Boop. There we go. Two over par, huh? Like they are, trying to make heads or tails on how you could, you know, do better in this. Not that I would want to replay this. Alright, so in this case, if it's a sand wedge, maybe 3/4. Oh. There we go, and boop! Look at that. Alright. We'll take a gimme. Alright. Hole 15. And whapow. See, what I'd like is for this guy to get his big ol' head out of the way, because I imagine the hole is behind his head, but I can't tell. Oh. That's a gimme. Alright. Hole 16. 3 more. 3 more and we can get out of this one. We have gone for about 2 hours right now, so I think once we hit 18 holes, I'll drop to workbench, and then we'll take a 5 or 10 minute break. Yeah. I'd like to... Well, yeah, so as much as I was whinging about Twitter, it's going to be really interesting to see how, like, what the future holds for, like, social media and communication. Because we're already seeing that having one centralized... Okay, well, first off, having only one company where you can do this kind of communication is a monopoly. And once a company has complete control over that type of communication, they can start... now they have control over that communication, which means what stops a company from just controlling the flow for their benefit, or more specifically, for their shareholders. But people don't seem to be very receptive to things like Mastodon because it's complicated and it's not opaque, but it's so technically complex for the layman that they seem to get overwhelmed and want to leave it well alone. So I'm curious to see what folks come up with. Wait a goddamn minute. The whole course is here. Because this is my hole. But I can... Oh. Well, shit. Okay, so I can hit into an adjacent course. Is this the first game like that? Yeah, to some extent, yes, because like when I've played other games like Microprose Golf, what happens is, yes, you're kind of... What am I trying to say here? The other hole gets unloaded. So they may be like physically close to each other, but when you play the next hole, it unloads the previous. But this looks like it's holding the whole course. Either that or this is just a nice touch of them adding an extra hole as a decoration, but I'm almost inclined to completely screw up hitting and see if I can get to like a completely different hole. See if I could get to hole 1. So I mean, if they could, that would be one of those, that's really neat, and that's not very useful here. Like you said, all sizzle, no steak. There's a lot of cool tech and features, but there wasn't any actual game present. That Everybody's Golf game for the PS4 and 5 I've talked about before has each set of 9 holes as a single map. I regularly used other fairways on tough holes. You clever bastard, you. It's a damn shame that was closed. I would have, I'm sure I would have enjoyed it a lot if I got my, got my hands on an online one. Like an online game of it. But I'm sure somebody's re-implementing the servers or making some kind of open clone of it. Actually, I should watch what I say, because I attempted to do that before. Like, attempted to find some before, but they weren't very robust golf games. Ooh. Yes, that's a gimme. That was a birdie too. There we go. One thing went my way in this game. Game over. Thank God. Exit. Insert game disc 1. Interesting. Everybody's golf never lets you gimme unless you're over par. Okay, to exit, yes. Okay. We are on workbench now. So what we'll do is we will take, since we're at 2 hours 14 minutes, we will we'll take a break for 5 or 10, get up and stretch and move around, and I will do the same here. And so I completely fumbled transitioning us off to a little bit of a break. So yeah, there you go. Enjoy the break. Don't go too far. I'm gonna stop before I get myself even more fumbled and tongue twisted and whatnot here. There we go. Alright. So we are back. But I'm not going to turn the hold music down. I think we're going to need it. Alright, so that was International Open Golf Championship. So now the last one is Greg Norman's Ultimate Golf. Now it is filed under... No, wrong one. WHD load. It's under U. It's like, this has got like 3 names to it. It's like Greg Norman's Ultimate Golf Shark Attack. She's like, well, which is it? Is it Ultimate Golf? Is it Shark Attack? Or is it Greg Norman's Ultimate Golf? Like, what is it? Apparently, it was filed under U. But I've been searching all over the hard drive for this. Yeah. Oh well. It's here, and we get to play it. Why is it so good for a golf game? What the hell? They let a guy, they just give this guy a weekend and a paid weekend with a bottle of JD and just let him go, hey? This is too much for a golf game. It's amazing. That's why it's Ben Daglish. Alright. That was cool. That was cool, but we have to actually get started. Press J for joystick, K for keyboard, M for mouse. M. So, which course? Rack Epsom or Gremlin course? You know what? We'll take the Gremlin course. Alright. Stroke play. So 1 person and 3 CPU, I guess? Wind, weather, ball effects, caddy. I don't know, we'll leave those alone. Please select 3 clubs to leave behind. Well, I don't think we need a 1-iron. 1 wood, 1 iron? Maybe I don't need a 9 and a 1-iron. What do I want to get rid of here? You know, that'll do. Press space. 2, 3, and 4? Am I insane? Was that not the right move that I made? Alright, what do I do here? I would have ditched the 3 to 5 wood personally, or the 4 wood, 5 wood, and 1 iron. So I did goof that up. Oh, well, I'll live with it. Alright, now how do I change where I'm about to hit? I mean, it's gonna be fine. We already know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna leave with like 50 over par, and it's gonna be great. Club, swing, map, play. Escape. Okay. Well, I can adjust it that way. So I have to click and I hold. And that points me where I need to be. I want to shoot here. Oh, this is gonna get complex. Oh, the escape was stuck down. I was like, why the hell is it doing that? Okay, that makes sense. Okay. There's a lot. Excuse me. There's a lot going on here. Well, maybe I need to go turn off the other players, because I meant to just do stroke play on my own. I mean, in hindsight, I should have known better. Player 3 still thinking, huh? Okay, that just crashed me out. Well, that didn't crash me out. Pressing the help key kills the program and drops me back to workbench. So we'll start it up again, and I'll do it single player. M for mouse. I'm gonna do Gremlin course. So I guess practice is single player stroke, so we'll just start with practice, I suppose. 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Change hole, restart hole, replay shot, and move. Okay, so I just have to be careful not to use those. Oh, that's gonna be... So that whiffed it. Okay. So now it's recommending a sand wedge. 95 yards, but how far away am I from the hole? Stop rolling. Stop it. Stop it. So I've been a Linux person for a long time, but this Uber laptop is running Windows because its whole purpose is to let me play games with a minimum of fuss. Anyway, for a lark, I was talking about paging with some non-computer folks. Decided to take a peeky poo at how Windows was managing the page file on here, and the machine has 32 gigabytes of RAM, and it decided to bump the page to 96 gigabytes. You had it hard set to 32. I've never had a good time trying to control the page file. It was so bad at one point. I had just turned virtual memory off altogether. That's a very stupid and dangerous thing to do. The recommended size is 4 gigabytes. Yeah, it's true. He's like, nah, let's take up 10% of his solid state. Why? Because fuck you, that's why. Alright, we're gonna give it a little putt. Yeah, I need a little more than a little putt. I like the purity of the squares in this one. Just a nice grid, a solid color. You know exactly what it is. It also is in 3D, but doesn't choke when trying to play, which is a plus. I appreciate it a lot when a game just doesn't strangle itself to death. Disaster. There were admittedly a few Linux boxes where I committed the cardinal sin of not having swap either. And the main reason I didn't was there was enough RAM that, in my opinion, if you ran out of RAM, you had a bigger problem. Like, you were misusing the computer, or you had a very particularly bad memory leak that would have required a restart anyway. So I felt that swap wasn't really necessary. I do think my new favorite thing is ZRAM instead of swap space. Ah, here we are, 179 yards, and this goes 185. So I shouldn't go all the way up. So here we are, 50 feet, and this is 28 feet, so we're going to go halfway up. Par! Hey, not bad. There. Alright, 258 yards. This goes 250. We're just gonna... Oh. Not bad at all. 23. This goes 95. We're just gonna do a little bit. I like how this runs so much better. Hey, I got par again. Now that I've figured out how this works... Actually, I should watch what I say. I might get myself in trouble again. Use of the info pane. Don't see where the hole is. I assume it's over here. Miles an hour, 250 yards. This is 230. Ooh, that one's straight as an arrow. Right into this. Oh, I didn't get it into the sand trap. That's good. Yeah, I enjoy the no bullshit. The no bullshit aesthetic of just yellow sand, dark green rough, lighter green fairway, bright green, green, and blue water. I don't know what out of bounds is though. All right, 68, 105. So, here. I think I over... Oh, that was actually real close. 13 feet. 13 feet away. Hey, par. I'm doing so well right now. I just can't stop being average. It's like I can't stop. I may just be finally be an average video game golf playing guy. Uh-oh. No. What was that sound? Oh, that was a tree. Look at this tree. Look at this majestic tree. This is a beautiful tree. It's amazing. This brings me such joy. Oh, that didn't go very well at all. Oh dear. I have to hit over here. Oh dear. I spoke too soon, and I am not average. I'm back to being bad, as I'm used to. Okay, putter goes 50. This is 40 feet away. Disaster. Alright, 388 yards away, this goes 250. I wonder if I can overdrive it and just give it a walloping. Well, what do you know? I mean, that worked out okay, I guess. Kind of hard to tell. Okay, my criticism with the wind speed here is I can't tell which direction. I just know it's windy. Don't know which way it's windy. Right, this goes 95, we have to be 25, so halfway is 40-something. So, quarter. Oh, that's bad. That was bad. I did not do my head math right. And one more. Boop. Disaster. Oh, double bogey. Oh, good. They could actually quantify how bad I was. That's good. That's good. It was within quantifiable limits. Ooh, right on the money. That did not. That served no benefit. Alright. Yeah, I think I want to do this and get it onto the fairway, because this one very greatly punishes you for not being on the fairway. Do. La la la. 192 yards. Club. This goes 190. Actually, I'll do that. I'll use a 5. There we go. Okay, 38, so 40. We'll shoot for 40. Putts go 50, so... Here. Shit. You know one of the other things about having the game on a giant grid like this, and have all of the grid lines lined up, you don't need to do one of those fancy, break gauges or laying a grid over top of the green. Alright, so this is 250, 250, right on the nose. Water hazard, drop or replay. Drop. Alright. $37.95. Oh no. Okay, good. I thought I almost hit it back into the water. Okay. Boop. Okay, disaster. Oh, that's a double bogey. Oh, okay, good. Uh, 496, 250. Now we're gonna overdrive that. Where'd it land? I can't see it behind the tree. Yeah, I really do like the trees. See, like, okay, hang on a minute. So, they actually implemented trees and tree functionality in this one. The other one that was all big and fancy with a full 3D environment that you could move around in didn't implement trees at all. They just put them in as decoration. Like, this is an example, I think, of writing a game that this is a form over function type of a function over form type of game. Like, it actually supports the things that a golf game would have in it, even if it doesn't look very nice. That's a... That's a hell of a shot. There we go, finally. Alright, so 20 feet. Why is it always tilting to the left? Are you fucking... Come on. Oh, gonna do this, huh? Gonna do this to me? There we go. I like the little city. That's cute. That's a nice touch. I like that. There's a little city in the back. A little Technicolor city. Looked like a circus. All right. It's taking a while to think. Must have really put it in a funky place. Oh, there we go. $181. This goes 250. Oh, I should move it to the 5. This goes 190. Okay. All right. What was that sound? Oh, and oh, just a particularly bigger tree. That's what that was. There we go. "21 feet. Okay. I kind of fell down, I shouldn't say fell down a rabbit hole at work, but the place I work has been falling down, like, not falling down a rabbit hole. They've kind of been drawn into Microsoft's marketing ploy, which is as soon as you get one service from them, they try and approach other departments with other products and services they offer. And sometimes they'll try and like put a free trial on you. And one of the things that they've been trying to push is a language learning model as a subscription. And I immediately have problems with that, because I think I would know. I shouldn't say I know better, but I think I would know enough about computing in all the years I've been in it that a language learning model in an enterprise environment sounds like a very bad idea. But they're like, no, 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 we run your model in a container so that there's no data exfiltration. I'm like, that's not the point. I mean, that's maybe part of it, but does it not seem a little strange to rely on a language model to, like, provide synopses on internal documents? I don't know, I fall down the philosophy of a computer cannot be held accountable because it is not sentient and is not cognizant, therefore it should not be held responsible. So if it can't be accountable, it can't be responsible, period. And a language learning model is not cognizant or sentient, so it cannot be held accountable. Because the very concept of accountability is beyond its comprehension. So to make it responsible just seems very irresponsible to me. But I got to sit down with an executive and ask the questions like, yes, we know what our data is. We know that the data we fed into it is okay, but where did Microsoft get the data before they made us the container that we work in? He just stares at me blank. He's like, I don't know. It's like, well, we're gonna need to know, because yes, we know what we fed it, but we don't know what Microsoft fed it first. So, did Microsoft tell us what it fed it? Because, like, how do we know it's not misappropriated data, which was one of the biggest criticisms of language learning models, was that it was misappropriating people's work. And I'm no fancy pants lawyer, but I mean, what I understood is being in possession of something stolen is not legal, regardless of whether or not you knew. You're in possession of if you buy a used car and it's stolen, saying you didn't know it was stolen wasn't an excuse. You get dinged for it anyway. So does the same happen with data in a language learning model? I'd assume so. What do I know? I'm just some nerd on the internet. Bogey. I need to figure out a better storage solution as well. I originally thought a 2 terabyte NVMe drive would be fine. But with snapshots and, like, all the shit I drag in and out of this thing, that doesn't seem to be the case. And, speaking of case, I'm a 21st century man now, so this computer does not have 5 1/4 inch drive bays. Which means I couldn't add a RAID array in here if I wanted to. Unless it's all M.2 and a card. Actually, no. I don't even have enough PCIe slots for that. So it's going to have to be either a Thunderbolt or a USB 3 RAID enclosure of some kind. Oh, it's going to be a real interesting one. All right. Alright. 60 yards. 60 yards, 105. This goes 95 yards. 25, 29, okay, I should be here. Okay. Putter's 50, this goes 40. In my experience, putting to 40 wasn't good enough. I always ended up having to putt 50. Hey, par! We did it. Alright, what hole are we on now? Hole number 14. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh, I duffed it. I don't know why it put me on a sandwich. Maybe I should change to a 1-iron. Ooh, it did not like that. I heard a few weeks ago that there is a project in China involving a newly built supercomputer, and they're going to attempt to simulate I think it was 80 billion neurons simultaneously in it. And why that intrigues me is that is the average count of the amount of neurons in a human's brain. Which means it might, and why this intrigues me isn't so much the act of simulating 80 billion neurons and potentially attempting to simulate a human consciousness. It's the ethics behind it. Because there's a whole bunch of philosophy around this. Why did it choose a putter for me? I'm of the mind that if you create something sentient, it needs protections like something that is sentient. Because, like, we have animal cruelty laws for a reason. We know that even though, like, a pig or a dog or a hamster is, like, below us mentally, we still have some responsibility in treating it with compassion. Even if we are going to say kill it for food, we still have to. There are limits in how we do it and what we do to them. But do people have that? Have you read the Culture series? One of the books actually deals with the simulation problem, which is exactly that. I haven't, but my rule of thumb is, not rule of thumb. My stance is, if it's sentient, it needs protection. It doesn't matter what it is. Or it is not entitled to protections. No, it has the right to be protected, especially if it has the same capacity as like the average person. But that would be something to to look into in my downtime. Why is it suggesting a 1 wood here? 195 yards. 85, 65, 45, 25. But, like... Because then it brings up some other questions, like, if you can just toggle an application, it's my favorite series ever. I recommend that to people who, coming to it, fresh skip from the first published book, consider Plebeius, and start with the second, The Player of Games, because it's way easier to get into. Then then come back to consider Plebeius back. The books are almost all loosely connected anyway. Oh, so are they a novel or like some type of philosopher's opinions? It sounds like it, based on what you said in the titles, it sounds like they're novels. Yeah, novels and a couple short stories. Ah, that would pique my interest. But lots of thinky stuff. 43.95, so about halfway. But yeah, it brings up questions like, if you have an application that is sentient, can you click it on and off? Is that going to be a problem? Who says if that's a problem? Does the application get a say? I'd say it does. Disaster. Alright, 16th hole. See, and here's the thing. Like, I had a discussion with an executive a long time ago, because I also have a very opinionated stance of do not personify the computer. And that's I find that one's really important, especially in the modern era. Because computers are such an abstract thought to people that they tend to personify it. They tend to say things like, it hates me. Or when cops use math-based policing and they fudge the numbers to target a community they're not supposed to be in, people will say, well, the computer was racist. It's like, well, no, the computer has no agency. And I said to an executive once, computers don't do great things, you do great things. The computer is the tool to do it. But how I approach that's going to change immensely if we're suddenly able to simulate run an entire sentience as an executable. Because at this point, well, even at this point, the computer's not doing the great thing. The executable, which is sentient, is. Then there's a big thought about, oh, now that I say that, that would be equivalent to saying that a person's mind and a person's body are separate things. But then there's philosophy on a person is their mind and their body. And then there was an entire set of ethics about, like I remember a thought experiment about a man commits a crime and then swaps his brain with someone else who goes to jail. Yeah, now we're getting into things that greater minds than I could deal with. Alright, 17. $434, $250. $327, $250. Alright, we'll take a crack at it again. Oh boy. That did not go 95 yards. The caddy's really thinking about how to get me out of this now. Why would a 9-iron not work in the rough? See, that went fine. That went over the green. That got overshot into the sand trap. And it's making me putt on the fairway. $500, $250. All right. Big ol'... Oh, that's gonna be bad. Actually, that's not bad at all. I would have thought I would go farther, but that does it. All right. 320, 250. Pull her back and let her fly. What was that? I hit the tree in the back? Yeah, I hit... I hit the pin! Holy shit! Oh, son. Oh, I almost got in there. Alright, this is the last one. You smacked the flag. I sure did. Double bogey. Congratulations, you have completed the course. Your final score over the round was 34 over par. I thought it would be worse. I thought it would be worse. 34 over par is only really bad, not catastrophically bad. I love how at the end of this, after I don't know how many golf games I've played, I'm still bad. And I wouldn't have it any other way. It's fun. It's fun for me. Okay. So, here's what I'd like to try. I would like to take. Okay, we got. Technically, we're done. We are finished. This is all of the. This is right now all of the golf games I know exist on the Amiga, and that's 18th Hole, Amy Putt Classics, Challenge Golf, Championship Golf, Greg Norman's Ultimate Golf, Hole-in-One, International Golf, International Open Golf Championship, Jack Nicklaus Greatest 18, Jack Nicklaus Unlimited Golf, Leaderboard, Links, Mean 18, Microprose Golf, Mini Golf Plus, Nick Faldo's Championship Golf, PGA European Tour, PGA Tour Golf, Riddler Cup, Sensible Golf, Tee-Off Tournament Golf, World Class Leaderboard, World Golf, World Tour Golf, and Zany Golf. Those are what I know of for the Amiga. I hope there aren't more, but if they are, I'm going to need them on floppy because it is not easy for me to move data in and out of this Amiga, because it requires me to do a lot of stuff to Workbench and custom ROMs to burn and some program to insert modules and remove different ones to add drivers and stuff, and I don't want to do that. So that's the Amiga, which means now the Amiga is for every other type of game. Thank you. I appreciate it, Sunfall. So, we do have 30 minutes left to the 4 hours. I think I want to try firing up the Atari ST, but I have to go get it off my Workbench, and I have to get it hooked up. So I'm gonna put folks on hold, and I'm gonna take a crack at it. Don't go too far. I'll be back. Okay. So, this is a bit nerve-wracking for me. Oh, where's the mouse? So I have no software. Actually, that's not true. I have one demo boot disk. I have two demo boot disks, and I have one Atari's TOS on a floppy drive emulator. Now, there's a very real chance these disks are mangled because these were the same disk images used during troubleshooting when it pretty much catastrophically failed. So I don't know about the integrity of them. But I don't think that's really relevant to our romp here tonight. So, we are going to see, with moment of truth, fingers crossed, if this thing starts up in the most important mode of all, color. And here's the thing, I don't think you can run software built for color in black and white. I don't think you can do that. But what do I know? I don't know enough about these yet. So, we're going to crack this thing on in 3, 2, 1, on. Okay. I really should maybe turn the Flint audio down. Because the demo is probably very loud. Oh, I'm on the wrong mode. Whoops. Here we are. We are getting 50 hertz. That's what the open source scan converter says. 15.6 kilohertz. 50 hertz refresh rate. Strange. Why is the Flint not picking it up? $313p. That makes sense. Let's Flint a bounce. No signal found. Well, that's not true. Is it outputting in a mode that... Maybe it's outputting in a mode that it doesn't know what to do. So it's supposed to be RGB. So that's not a problem. The OSSC sees it because it's caught 15.6 kilohertz horizontal sync and 50.03 hertz vertical. So it did detect it. Is it maybe the Flint doesn't know how to handle it? Maybe we need to switch to... Will the black magic card come into the rescue? Maybe. I have a black magic card installed, and here I got some old surplus one. One of those ones where they ask you not to ask any questions about how you got it. Yeah, not to ask any questions about where they got it, you know. Oh, knocked the pen over. Alright, so where's this HDMI cable going? Where is this going? Oh, I can't track my own cables. What the hell? There it is. Whew. Alright. No more funny business. We're tapping straight into this black magic card. I am completely dismantling my... Not complete dismantling. I am dismantling my video capture setup. The LB bone. Alright. Now that I hit a nerve in my... Okay. Alright, let's flip on the black magic device. Properties. So 313p. And that's in PAL. Video connection, HDMI. Audio connection, embedded. Mode. Oh, yep, something came out. It latched onto something. So we are actually getting an output. That was interlay, so we need progressive. Okay. Shit. So I don't have something that captures this properly by the looks of it. Well, that's unfortunate. It means I am getting something out of here, it's just... I don't think I have the means to, don't have the means to capture it. It might take a minute and look it up. I guess I can put the, might as well put the background music back on. Menu on off. Let's see. STE machines, okay. So some folks have made their own adapter cables. But I think what it is it's just the open source scan converter is outputting 313p. Maybe I gotta find a way to get it to spit out something like 240p, or like up to something that this flint device can capture, or the black magic at least. So it was grabbing it for a while. Line multiplier. Don't need a line multiplier. Zoom? Nope. Info? Okay, so that doesn't do anything. Let's switch back to the flint for a minute. I got signal for a moment, so it was like right out of something it can capture. Let's try something else. Let's not use a demo disk. We're gonna start this up cold and see if it drops to, so that's 263p. I want to see if it drops to OS. What does it switch to? $262p, 263p. I was not happy about it. It is happy about the black and white one. Well, I can go hook that up really quick. And we're gonna hook this up here. We're going to hook this up. Here. So if I do this, and we switch this to input 3, alright, we'll give the capture device a bounce. That's looking better. Alright, so that's monochrome mode. Now it's... Oh, I guess I need to bounce the Flint audio. It's probably not getting detected. Flint audio. Flint audio, Flint audio. Yeah. Now, I'm getting some weird noise when it's doing computery things. Alright, anomaly 2. Maybe all the discs are just corrupted. Maybe that's why it's not starting up. Now, there's obviously some noise. Obviously there's noise. But the interesting thing is, you can pretty much tell what the computer is doing based on the noise it's emitting, and I don't think that's intentional. But if it wasn't so loud, I'd be inclined to leave it. But actually, admittedly, it's not, because I have the volume up as high as it can go. If I turn it down to about where I normally leave it, it's not so obvious. It's still pretty obvious and kind of annoying as someone who doesn't handle high-pitched whines well. Yeah, I might have to see if I can go fix it then. Or I might see if I can do some kind of filtering, like post-capture filtering of some kind. Alright, well, black and white still works, but obviously color isn't, and that bugs me. Because, like, that was the whole point of doing the... Well, okay, well, part of it is the repairs I did were necessary because the computer wouldn't start up and, like, read anything. It couldn't read any floppies, it couldn't draw anything, it would just come out scrambled. So I had to do the repairs. That part's no question. But why I can't view medium and low resolution is concerning to me. It is booting floppies, alright. I bet you it's a setting. I bet you this is one of those scenarios where I have to, like, make some kind of profile for the scan converter. Alright, well, that's something to work on tonight. But we do see it starts and runs. There's not really too terribly much I can do. Actually, that's not true. I should be able to do... Should be able to do this. Bet you there's some floppy disk images I can get here. Alright. That's dead. Those are not floppy disk images. I'm looking for something to test the sound chip a little more, with a little more authority than just, yeah, it made a bip sound when I touched the keys on the keyboard. So I'm gonna check. Oh, these are all a little. Yeah, these are all a little corrupt. So let's see if I can grab a, see if I can grab one before we shut it down. Pack her in for the night. Alright, I'm gonna take this, do a cut. What is a .tos file? That what an executable is called? Program that doesn't use gem. So it's a command line application. Yeah. So I don't have a way to get it over. That's unfortunate. I don't have a way to make floppy images, and I'm not inclined to do that right now. I also don't have a means. I actually don't have anything to set up a hard drive either, so that part doesn't work either. Let's see if somebody's made a disk image already. that's something I can do quick, then this will be an easy audio test. If not, then I can just leave it alone. Actually, you know what I'll do? So I'm gonna force a demo to play in monochrome mode and see it get crabby. And that should be enough to test the sound chip. And it is not picking it up at all. Okay, so I'm very confident that color is actually coming out. I just don't have a means to capture or convert or upconvert it to something that my actual capture device can grab. So that's not the payoff I kind of wanted tonight, but that does indicate a lot of progress. So I mean, you know what? That's actually a great place to wrap it up. I don't want to take too much extra time tonight because actually we're almost on the dot for 4 hours. So I'm pretty impressed with what we have. I can probably still leave the Atari here on my desk and at a later time, maybe even next Sunday. Hell, even in the middle of the week, we might be able to get something out of this. I've seen others saying that they've had success capturing with the open source scan converter, so I'm sure there's something I'm missing. But either way, I think it's time to wrap it up here and see where we can go from here. Let's see, who do we have? Actually, let's drop over to hold. All right, so there is some things that we'll need to look at before actually getting this thing ready for prime time. If the screeching is still too much, I'm gonna need to find a way to get that minimized. The guy who made the board has made advisories on different bodges to do. Oh, you're welcome, Sunfall. Thanks for swinging by. They made advisories on bodges to do on the board to fix defects, and I have my opinions on that, but nevertheless, I may have to do them. There was one immediately out of the gate because there was a problem with an op-amp. I guess the circuit wasn't designed properly, and as time went on, in like a few seconds, audio from the 2149 chip would fade to nothing. So a resistor and a filter cap needed to be bodged. Then there's another one for some crosstalk, and I guess there was one, well, actually one for noise. And I didn't think it was necessary, but it appears to be so I have to find what that bodge is and try it. Then there's a third bodge for the MIDI, but I don't use MIDI, so I wasn't inclined to use it, but hell, if I'm bodging it, I might as well do those bodges. Anyway, those are for a later time. Let's see here. I don't know if we should be raiding in or meteor showering into anyone right now. Let's see who's around. Not really anyone. You know, I think I might just wrap up here instead. I'm gonna pre-raid anyhow. Sounds good. No worries. You have yourself a good night there, Sunfall. You know, I think I might as well just wrap it up here. So, as always, I'm not going to tell you what to do, so I'm not going to tell you to stay out of trouble. But all I ask is that if you do get in trouble, you make sure it's the good kind of trouble. And you all stay safe out there, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye for now.